guys. Should be live now. Going live a little early. We are in Douglas, Wyoming right now, going northwest, or I guess just west now. We were going northwest earlier, but it seems like the primary target of the Chugwater, Wyoming area is going to bust today. And Colorado's pretty messy. So we are here in central Wyoming, which was not our original target for today, but we had to go a different direction because the atmosphere was not cooperating. We had just too much fog and cloud cover from Cheyenne up to Wheatland. I'm trying to find my zip this back up. Almost need a hoodie to chase today, which is not usually a good sign in June, unless you're in Canada. We're in Wyoming, so although Wyoming does tend to be a little bit cooler than like chasing Nebraska, for instance, in June, but definitely cold temperatures are going to be a problem today. Going to be battling some stable air, but we are approaching a supercell right now. Not severe warned, not even a severe thunderstorm watch yet, but welcome in, guys. How are we doing today? Hopefully you guys are having a great, what is today, Tuesday? Tuesday, June 24th. Hello, Noodles. Hello, WX Midwest. Hello, Rosekind. Hello, Sean Wen. Tropical Storm Andrea formed today. Yeah, I think if I remember right, that one's just supposed to be a fish storm. But hello, Jim from the UK. Welcome in. MM Man, how are you doing? Have faith you made the right decision. Thank you, WX Midwest. We are just west of Douglas, Wyoming, going west. I think this is really going to be all we get today. I don't like the other two targets at all, so I actually probably would have ended up near Denver, but I came from Deadwood last night, so no way I could make it down there in time for when I got up. I also had some paperwork to get done today, so that held me back a little bit longer, but I'm gonna get here on this storm fast. So we had Arby's for lunch. Got a Celsius with us. I haven't had any caffeine yet today, so we're just gonna ball out and see what happens. We're gonna be running into stable air concerns all day, so here's that thing relative to Glen Rock. Got this little supercell coming in here. Seems like here in just a couple miles we'll take an exit. But you can see we've got this storm in front of us right now. Let's make sure that on Starlink everything's working good. Okay. So we've got this storm we're approaching. There's a couple other chasers here. I'm surprised how many people are still by the Wheatland area. It's pretty clear that the main target has shifted. Storm's been in a little bit of a weird phase here for the past couple scans, but you know, it is definitely the tallest storm that we can even approach. There's a tornado warning for Bennett, Colorado. Yeah, definitely pretty messy down there. The only target I don't fully understand is the Wheatland one. To me, that one's a little bit capped off. I mean, I guess it could maybe destabilize throughout the day, but just had too much cloud cover. Usually I like seeing cloud cover in the mornings in June. But if it's there past like 1730 Z, it's like, okay, it's probably not going to work out. Especially up here where your storms go a little earlier. Got some good structure on this. It's going to be very low to the ground. Hopefully it gets north of the mountains and then right turns, because otherwise it's going to be annoying. It's pretty much just sitting there. Yeah, so here in about 8 miles, we're going to get off on our exit and then look southwest towards it. It's going to be tough to see today unless it can come north of the mountains. We have a decent hodograph today. Not much low levels here, but we have a lot of venting. And our thermodynamics have been a bit underwhelming. We have a lot of moisture, but we don't have a lot of heat. See these darkening skies up here. We have a supercell trying to get going. We just might be a little stable today. Those Colorado storms look pretty cold. I think things are just going up too early today. Yeah, so I'll have to figure out what we're doing tomorrow. I'm considering taking tomorrow and the next day off and resting up. They do have a 15% out for the Dakotas there on Friday, I think. Yeah, so they do have a little 2% out for tomorrow, but, you know, getting a bit tired. I already have like 65 plus chases this year. Unfortunately, it's been one of the years where it just feels like everything is so far away from each other. Like, it feels like I'm not really sitting in one place. Like 2023, you could sit in Chugwater for a week. You could sit in Clovis for a week, you know, and you'd see stuff. But this year, it feels like every target is 8 to 12 hours away from the previous day. So it's been a little bit more of a grind than normal this year. And a lot of the tornado setups have been like, you get like 1 or 2 good tornadoes and then that's it. You're not getting those. I mean, I guess there was the Morton day and the Hyannis day, but I've yet to be on a supercell that's produced more than like 4 tornadoes this year. Or if I did get to Hyannis, but I was late, so don't know if that counts. Yeah, we really want this to come off the mountains here. There is some road networks down here. We can go through Spring Canyon and stuff, so I think we're going to try that out. A couple little supercells going up here. Hail doesn't mix with motorcycles. Yeah. Sometimes you see that where people will drive into it, but lovely power shower in Colorado Springs. Yeah, we're up here trying to squeeze something out today. I don't know what we'll see or if we'll see anything, but we're gonna do our best today, chat. We're gonna do our best today. 0.6 miles will go south, but yeah, it's like over the hills and it's really grungy and foggy, so I don't know how well this is gonna go. Yeah, I wish there was I guess there's a couple roads down there that take us west, because I don't like chasing from the interstate. I'd rather get off the interstate for chasing, so that's what we're gonna do. There's clouds ahead of the storm. I feel like we're a little stable. We're at 70 degrees right here. According to my car, Douglas is 72 over 57. It's moving in the right direction there. We're gonna go south here towards the Ayers Natural Bridge. Aries National Bridge? I don't know. 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. Yeah, so we're just gonna slide down this way, see what we can find. So we got everything really done for the car, minus windshield and rearview mirror a few days ago. Just hung out and drove down yesterday, got the oil changed, just had a nice drive through North Dakota into the Black Hills. And today we drove down from Deadwood through like Newcastle and Guernsey, Wyoming. See if we can't squeeze something out of this, chat. There are a couple roads down there, so my maps really doesn't like, something's got to be wrong with this road because my maps is telling me to go around, which is a crazy detour. We do have a couple cells blowing up here in the mountains, and we're gonna go find them and see what they do. Haven't had much luck in this part of Wyoming. I don't think I've chased a storm here. Anybody else up here? I only see two other spotter dots. There is Nate Dodge, and who is this? Oh, John McKinney. So I think that's got to be John and Freddie, right? Well, we'll probably have this storm to ourselves. It seems like most people are down south. Got this little windy road here. Will eventually take us back to this little highway that juts through this area. I was hoping this thing would cross the interstate or cross the mountains, but it's just kind of sitting there, chat. Just kind of sitting here. We do have slight risk out today. 2% tornado risk. Just think like that main target today of chug water is just going to be too moist with not enough heat. So here we are trying to see if we can get one of these things to cooperate here. Allegedly, this road is 4.2 miles long and will take me 17 minutes to traverse. I have no idea how that's possible. Yeah, it's looking, the skies are not looking the most promising ever on the drive up here. We did have some cumulus, but it seems pretty flat, pretty stable looking cloud cover, which is not what you want for tornado chasing or even supercell chasing. It's not what you want. So we'll just move through this way. Is there a gate? No. Thought I saw a little barbed wire thing, but on the Spring Canyon Road here, 40-mile-per-hour speed limit. Allegedly, it's going to take 16 minutes for us to get through here. I have no idea how that's going to happen. But it is super pretty, but it's eerily similar to what happened to me while chasing a couple of years ago in Wyoming with quite a bit of fog. Seems like this lead supercell is weakening. Yeah, there's that second one that might take over. Yeah, it's not very promising today, chat. It was looking really good this morning, but we've just been really slow to clear out fog. And with storms forming early, if storms waited another 2 hours, I think we'd be in really good shape. But storms are going up pretty early before heating is properly occurred. This is a nice little road here, chat. There's a nice storm down there in the Denver area, but I mean, one problem that we have pretty much everywhere today is just extremely stable air, thanks to the lack of heating. We had just too much of a good thing, too much moisture, and not enough heat. If we had started today with like a 60 dew point with like a 66 temperature at like 9 a.m., I think it would be go time, but it was like 60 temperature, 60 dew point, so it was not go time. But still, we're going to still try and squeeze something from this. Hopefully that back supercell will take over and will at least get a sustained supercell. Did that updraft just widen again? Yeah, it got a little wider. Today's looking pretty rough for photogenic tornadoes here on the high plains. I was very confident this morning, but over time my confidence in today has dipped super far. Go back a little bit and wait. I mean, we're just not going to see any storm back here. I have seen great storms June 23rd of last year and the year prior, but not this year. And then June 24th, every time I chase it, I see nothing. So cows. This thing does kind of climb a little bit, and I'm kind of curious to see. Watch out, guys. Watch out. Going 2 miles an hour. Okay. Okay. You know, it would be better if you ran horizontally instead of along the car. There we go. That one is flooring it. It is normally best to run perpendicular from the car instead of parallel it if you're trying to get away from it. There's a couple of bulls up here. Yeah, we might go back north. Just wait. I mean, I want to see if we can get a view down here. That would be really cool. I've never been on this road before, so. Storm's echo tops are not very tall. Both of them are pretty short, actually. Yeah, really not developing super well. 41,000 feet, and it's gonna have a tough time taking off with how cold the air is. Especially right here, I'm getting 65. If something gets north enough, it should be a little better. Just too much cloud cover today, seems like the fail mode. Yeah, once you get a little further north, it should be like 72 over upper 50s dew points. And that's a pretty old site, I think. Yeah, that's 153, so that's almost an hour old. So we probably heated a little more since then, unless we've had that colder air come in from the southeast. Far enough up, if we can get like an overlook or something, that would be sweet. I just don't know if this road's got anything like that. All right, I think we're gonna go back north here, chat. This storm near us is re-intensifying, so we don't have to drop all the way down anymore. Oh, but it looks like we're about to crest the hill here, and I really want to see what this looks like. So hold on. I really want to see if we can get a view up here. This would be beautiful. If it gives us a view south and not north, which it seems like that's what happens. We can look, yeah, we really can't see anything too well to the north here. You can see, actually this is south here, and then we've got west, which is where we'd want to be looking, but it's really pretty out here, chat. Wyoming, highly underrated state. Might be able to see the tail end of that southern storm from up here, but otherwise I think we're gonna head north, back on that little cell, that lead cell. Yeah, we're not gonna be able to see anything. We're about to go down. Well, my curiosity, I feel like, is driving me to get on a bad spot on this storm. And I just want to see if there's anywhere here with a view. It looks like there might be down there, but I feel like we've done this 30 times where it's been like, oh, it looks like you might be able to see it. Then you get there, and then you can't see it. like we'll get a view off to the west here. Yeah. So as you can see here, chat, it's pretty grungy. There's not a lot of sharp structure there. It's really low to the ground. Feels like a call back to 2 years ago. Yeah. Alrighty. We're gonna go ahead and flip. Okay, it's good to know though that once you get far enough down this road, you can actually see. So this is, that storm that we're looking at should be about right there. Once it gets north of here, a little further, we should run into a little bit more favorable of an air mass. My car's picking up really cold temps here, up in this low 60s, which is probably part of the reason things are struggling. If things can move into these low to mid 70s off to the north, I think we're in a much better spot storm-wise. The cumulus development is really low, but it's actually looking a little bit better. But off to the east there, you can see all that flat stuff, which is just junk. Really need heating to come in clutch here and just keep cooking the atmosphere. Very rare for me to want extra heating. Doing today? I haven't checked in on you guys too much. Hopefully you're all having a wonderful Tuesday. Terrified of storms. I took the classes to become a spotter, but never did it. You know, that's pretty common actually. A lot of chasers used to be afraid of storms, myself included. Do it autumn. Not many chasers out here. Yeah, it's getting late in the year. Everyone's getting tired. I mean, I'm getting tired too. I'm thinking I'm taking tomorrow off and the next day off, and then gonna watch the Dakotas, and then just chase locally in Colorado until like a really good event comes along. I got to get back to work here pretty soon. I actually had some work to get done this morning, which is part of the reason I didn't go to Denver. That would have actually been my pick for today, but I actually, over time and seeing how storms evolve down there, I'm liking this a little more. You know, I think the environment was better down there by Denver, but there's too many storms. So, you know, too many storms to get a clear view on. But we're gonna go back up, but go back down this road here. It's so pretty out here. Just a random gravel road through the mountains. It's just a dream, unless you're storm chasing, and then it can be a little annoying, but we have pretty decent wind profiles today. We've got good moisture. We just don't have a lot of heat. So like we've got a couple boxes checked today. We definitely don't have them all checked. Yeah, of course that storm redevelops the minute I get off of it to go see that second one behind it, but that's fine. That's fine. We'll be up there in 6 miles. Spring Canyon Road. Nice little road here in Wyoming. West of Douglas. Seems like our windshield's trying to fog up here. Yeah, this thing's getting stronger again. Once it moved into that warmer air, it's going to take off a little bit. I'm not sure if this was 6 degrees warmer, I would be like ecstatic. But it's really just now coming off the mountains, it seems like. See it right there. It's a pretty tiny storm still, but it's just moving off the mountains here. Feels like every time I chase Wyoming, I skip through this area. I'm either way up like by Casey, Wyoming, or I'm down by Chugwater. Feels like I'm never just right in this area here. Okay, here's the cows. Watch out, cows. here. Yeah, I know, I see you. Oh, and I dropped you guys. And I put you guys upside down. Okay, we're splitting the difference here. There we go. Here we go, chat. This thing's got a shot. It really does. I'm just not so sure. I mean, 56 over 73 is pretty good. It's just updated 225, 73 temperature at Douglas. That's not terrible. I would love to see it like 70, 79, 80. 80 over 60 maybe would be about what I would want, but I don't think we're going to get that. There's no way we get up to an 80 temperature in the next 2 hours with all these clouds, this storm blowing up. Definitely a bit of a hailer, but it is pretty. It feels like I'm chasing September, just the way the clouds look. And not June, which is usually a bad sign thermodynamically. Show you guys off to the west. This is this storm coming off the mountains here. Can see straight through it there. That's blue sky behind it. And then there's some rain over here and then more sky out that way, but I don't see a ton of motion with it. I see a lot of scud, but I don't see it moving fast. Alright, we'll keep moving down here. We will keep moving down here. There's not a lot of people here. I think John Serlin's up here, Ryan Shull, and Freddie, and John. I think they're up here. This could do something, maybe. 73 over 56. Not perfect by any stretch of the imagination here, but enough to keep us here. Wonder how warm it is further north there. I mean, Casper is 76 over 54. Wheatland's 67 over 58. Like it's deviating towards us. It's tough to discern the base with how low and grungy we are. Yeah, this thing's definitely re-intensified a little bit. Yeah, Echo Top's got wider. We were at 41,000 feet last I looked. 42. So we've gotten wider, but we haven't gotten any taller. Yeah, 42 is the maximum I can find on this as of 8 minutes ago. So I guess probably be a little bit taller, probably about 45,000 feet. It's like hazy out thanks to all this moisture. It's pretty hazy out, chat. I think we've got a little bit of a window. I wish this was 5 degrees warmer. This thing would be exploding right now. Very low to the ground. Back to this little road. I'm gonna fix the angle on this. I don't know what's wrong with it. There we go. Yeah, it is just hazy out, chat. It's weakened just now on reflectivity. Because of course, and echotops did not improve. I wonder how today would go if the storms waited another 2 hours before forming. It seems like it's getting slowly tougher and tougher to get the best ingredients together. Boy, the angle on that is so weird. So it seems like even with these 70s temperatures moving in, it's still too cold. Yeah, that Denver stuff's pretty messy. Freddie and John right there. Oh, they just gave this thing a special weather statement. Have to go around, I guess, get it north of Douglas. Well, we have a special weather statement at least. That is something. Is there a road that would take me like So basically it's telling me I might as well go. Okay, I think we're going to reposition to get north of Douglas. We do have a special weather statement out now. Oh, is there really only... What? Why is it having me do this? What? It wants me to go... It wants me to go west so I can turn around and get onto the interstate. We're not going to do that. I like how this road is gated. It says no services ahead, and then it's a gated road. Yeah. We're gonna have to stay on it, but I am not the most hopeful ever about today anymore. I was really excited when I went to bed last night. Yeah, I don't know why it wanted me to go all the way around. It just added like 20 minutes onto my drive. Get up towards Douglas, and then we're gonna go go north. Hope we hang on here. Would love to be on a nice little Supercell for a little bit today. Echo top's falling again. Douglas at 70 over 55. I think we're just going to be capped all day. Down here to Douglas. We do have a special weather statement though. It's the most we've had all day. I kind of just want to get out ahead of it and let it breathe and let it come to us over time. So that's why instead of jumping up one road, we're going to jump up two. north and weaken. It is very funny, the roads that we have to take. And if this was the look at like noon, I would be excited, but it's 3 o'clock. Weakening. 70 over 55 going into the storm, and it is not sustaining. Chat. Storm south, falling apart in the fog. Moving into what looks like a pretty stable cloud layer here. Okay, let's start going back northwest here. Oops. I really do hope this thing can hang on. Just don't think we're ever going to heat up enough. I had a better idea of what kind of air it's been in, but it should be pulling in some 70s temperatures now, and it's still looking like this. Take this light here. Where are my sunglasses at? Oh, there they are. What a weird little day, chat. If only we had a little bit better moisture. All right. Not moisture. We have fine moisture. We need better heating, not moisture. We're okay on moisture. We don't need any more moisture. Give me something pretty, chat. It's gonna be tough, but got some belief in this storm. It's just continues to weaken and pretty rapidly. Just gonna have to wait for that second one, I guess. If this first one's not gonna do it, I don't know how the second one's gonna do it. I took a wrong turn. It's fine. We'll just go up this way to get on this lead storm. We're only about 10 minutes from being like we're on a good spot on it. I just don't think we're gonna sustain anything today. 10 degrees away from a really great day. We just needed the heat earlier in the day too. It's going to be, if they just randomly added 10 degrees to the temperature now, well, it's kind of, you know, it's not as good because we need to lift that cap off. If you get a storm back further west, 76 over 54 at Casper. Is this a one-lane road? There's a lot of traffic on here, chat. This has got to be a one-lane road, unfortunately for us. Wow. Unlucky. Seems like a one-lane road, though. We just had a ton of traffic come through all at once. Today, I'm gonna have to take a couple days off after today, chat. I'm pretty tired, but I'm close enough to home where after today's chase I can just drive home. Yeah. Come on, just hang on. Give us some nice structure or something. 60s dew setting up tomorrow. Just wind profiles are horrendous. We've got two decaying little storms here. No real clear structure on them. We'll flip back around here to the west in just a minute. What happens if you get a storm down by Powder River? Okay. The cams are showing a storm out by Powder River later. Hey, we're gonna flip around here, guys, and we're just gonna see if we can't get a new storm further west. I think the further west a storm we get, the better. Yeah, I think we're gonna go to Powder River. I've actually never been there. I've been to Casper, but I've never been to Powder River. Because I don't think this stuff is it. This stuff looks really stable. Yeah, see, look at this. We're not doing too good right here, but I think Powder River, west of Casper, is gonna be where we gotta do this. All right, let's just start heading that way. Not too familiar with the terrain there, so. Seems like they have a little bit before they initiate a storm. There is like a little cumulus thing southwest of Powder River. Yeah, if this produces a tornado, it's my furthest west. What do you guys think? You think we should go west? I think we should go west. Yeah, I chase everywhere, Lydia. I go from, I chase Louisiana, Mississippi, Alabama this year, Tennessee, Kentucky, all the way up to the Canadian border in Minnesota, up in North Dakota, Montana, all the way down to New Mexico and Texas, even just right up next to the Mexican border. So pretty much go everywhere. Although next year I don't think I'm going to be doing Dixie Alley chases as much. It's super expensive, they're super far, and you see stuff like 2% of the time. So I think this time we're just going to keep going west towards Powder River. I was about to call it, but I think We'll get a storm further west. Too sold that anything's gonna happen, but we'll be there just in case it does. How far am I from home here, chat? What do we think? It's gotta be like 3 hours. I'm only 2.5 hours from home. Sweet. HRRR and Rufus both fire storms over there later this afternoon. At least it should be surface based over there. It's probably going to have a little bit low tornado threat also because it's going to be too dry over there. But at least it'll be a surface based thunderstorm and it should be photogenic if it forms at all. I'm not feeling so hot about today, but we're going to do our best to find something. I'm like only a couple hours from home. There's no reason to call it and go early. Been over here before. Well, I've been here before, but where we're going, I've never been. A lot of new places this season. You know, we've targeted, you know, way down on the Mexican border by Marfa. Never been there before. Target up into northern Minnesota. Never been there. A lot of central Montana stuff that I'd never been to. Never been to Louisiana before this season either. A lot of new states. A lot of new places, a lot of new counties that I'd never been to before. So, but this year I have already done like 58,000 miles. And it doesn't include any of the January chases. So it's probably like 62 or 63,000 miles at most. Plus, plus 2 rental cars, so that's probably like 64, probably about 64,000 miles if I had to guess. I don't remember how much I did on those 2 rentals, but it's been a grind of a season. So I think I might rest up for a while here. I've got a lot of work to get done. But I'll keep my eyes peeled for anything, but haven't seen my girlfriend or my dogs much this spring, so a little anxious to get home. I was hoping Colorado would have a couple more events than it's really had. That's the main target. I mean, what was the last time that I like targeted Colorado? Like June 4th? I was there June 4th, 5th, 6th. Anything after that though? I don't think so. So we need these Colorado Landspout days to return, and I'll go live on some of those, because one of the reasons I moved to Colorado is you can get random Landspout tornadoes a couple times per year. Last year I had like 3 or 4 days with land spouts just in the middle of nowhere on like random 0% or 2% tornado days. Although I'd already had one by this point last year, so my only Colorado tornadoes this year, actually, that's a lie, I did have land spouts up in Weld County in like March. Take this road here, just go west. Maybe we get a storm by Powder River, maybe not. This cloud cover is rough, but one thing that could happen is if we get a storm further west, storms move into the better moisture once they're already established. Speed up. The speed limit on this interstate's 80. I'm going 70. It's been a long season, chat. Oh, thank you for the 20 euros, Carol. I appreciate you so much. Thank you. Big W for Carol. Thank you for that like, Pickled Sweets, no problem. Be sure to like and subscribe. You know, I've chased quite a bit this year. I think this is chase, what, like 65 or 66? It's something like that. We've had a ridiculous number of storm chases this year. Maybe 66. We're on pace to break my records for every storm chasing thing. My most tornadoes seen in a year is 56. We're at 48 right now. would love to do this year is get like a desert southwest tornado. like something in Arizona, Utah. Hopefully we can get something on my Powder River. Set 80 over 54 is a little bit of a big spread, but well, to be fair, north of Chugwater just cleared up, but it's only 71 out there. I feel like Powder River's our best chance to find an interesting storm today. Season is wearing on me, chap. About this time every year, though, I get a bit tired. But then July is slow enough that by August I'm ready to go after stuff. Would love to do maybe 1 or 2 hurricanes this year, but I don't know. I've never done one before. So I want some help. And then maybe I'll do like a 3 or 4 day trip out to Arizona to do monsoon stuff. Yeah, I'm hoping we can maybe squeeze something out back behind here. It's a lot drier to the west. It's a lot warmer. It's a little drier. Maybe this, if we can get a storm. I mean, the models have it, this all just completely capped. But that's only for the ML parcel. Let's check that surface base parcel. We're getting some light precip here, maybe some very tiny hail. I mean, it's capped on ML parcel too. No idea if we're going to get a storm or not further west. There are some towers up there. Got a lot of water on this road though. southwest as well. If the cams are right and we do get a storm out here, it should be pretty at least. I mean, it fires one. West of Casper by, and there's one near Midwest too, so it fires two little storms there. So I think we'll give it a shot. Might as well. I mean, we're so close to home. Just punched through this little storm here. Weatherwise is dying. Weatherwise is dying. Yeah, so we might just sit Casper till it's a little more clear. It looks like they're about to initiate south. It is 64 degrees right here. It is cold. Whoa, my car just tried to pull me into that lane. We can get a storm west. You see some towers off in the distance. Yeah, some towers trying to go up by Powder River. We might be in luck. This would be like the furthest, almost the furthest west I've seen a supercell. The only one closer was, ironically, would be Lewistown, Montana earlier this year. Rock. It's been pretty, I think they're going to initiate a storm here. If this does initiate, it should be much better than the junk back east. I think if we go far enough west, we'll be okay. But we run into a dry air problems. But I would rather chase a storm that's too dry than a storm that's too wet, honestly. Just will be more photogenic. Moved to Florida again. I've been to Florida a couple times. I've never been there for too long though. More than a week at a time. No, more than a week at a time, I should say. Fort Lauderdale. My only thing with Florida is just the heat in the summer, and I like living in a place with 4 seasons. I'm in northern Colorado, so I do really like having fall. I could live okay without winter, but winter just, I don't know what it is about winter, but it always feels like winter just drags by. It feels like the spring, like you blink and it's done. Same thing with fall. And summer's pretty fast too, but for whatever reason, winter just feels like it takes 10 years. I think they're going to initiate south of Powder River Chat. We're going to be there. Hopefully we can get a photogenic storm. It might be too dry, but a 54 at Casper is not bad at all. This guy's anti-blinker. See, I would like to experience a tropical storm. Any tropical, I've never experienced any real tropical weather before, so I would love to chase a hurricane or something like that. Probably start with a Category 1 or Category 2. Got towers blowing up west. Hopefully we have like low 50s dew points out there. That would be nice, but I think we'll be on a new supercell, on a better supercell here in a little bit. Get there in time to make the most of this. Yeah, there's some stuff about ready to blow up. $79 over 54 at Casper. What does the RTMA have dew point at? All right, 48 dew point moving into 55. We can work with that. Yeah, we can definitely work with that. A little dry, but hopefully we can just get on a nice storm. That's my only goal for today now. I really don't think we're going to see a tornado anymore. I was really, last night, I thought it was going to be almost a sure bet. Things have just not worked out that way. Getting 30 miles a gallon, so we are rocking it. west of Casper. Yeah, the models are showing a fairly long-lived supercell. And there's a cumulus field there. Little blip showing up there on radar near Powder River. I think we're in business chat. Less than an hour till we're at Powder River. I really hope we can just sustain a large enough updraft. Given how wide that cumulus field is, I think we'll be fine. Just didn't go far enough west. A storm out here. Yeah, there's a cell blowing up by Powder River. moving towards Powder River. A little over 45 minutes till we're there. There's a big little cumulus field with a lot of development. We're in Casper now on the east side. I think we're just going to continue west. Hopefully we can get something, chat. This should be far enough west to be out of the poorly mixed air. I'm getting cautiously optimistic that we'll see a nice storm. Speed limit goes down 20 miles an hour. Okay. Like, this is a little bit more of the sky I would expect to see in a great June day. It's a little dry here in Casper, but I guess beggars can't be choosy, huh? I say we just full send out there. .45 speed limit on the interstate. That's right, we're going to be getting off the interstate here. I'm going to be on I-25 like the entire way home. Just give me a nice, long-lived Supercell. I will take a storm with 48 dew points if it's going to go east into the better moisture. It's that High Plains recipe. Not perfect, though. some pretty warm 700 millibar temps nosing in. I love how the 700 millibar temperatures have almost thwarted our last chase and are probably really hurting this one. Hopefully this one's just far enough west to not be feeling that influence. It does seem like we will be a little further west here. It's going to be on that 12C though. It's a little warm. It's a little toasty at 700. But maybe we can get lucky. Plus, it's a place I've never been to before, so. Gotta keep it exciting somehow, chat. There's a big sharp tower there. On that right side of the screen. It's already over Powder River, but I just want to see what this is going to do. What highway options do we even have there by Powder River? Like nothing, pretty much. chat. It's looking a little interesting here. Why is the speed limit 40? What? How do we merge onto a main highway and slow down? What's that about, chat? Yellowstone Highway. Never been here before. Very curious. Speeding up to 60. We might be in store for some sort of nice storm here. Got a green light up here, chat. Speed limit so slow on this road. Hopefully we can survive, chat. By we, I mean the storm. We'll be fine. The storm's a little bit more questionable. There are a couple highways and roads and stuff that will take us around, but we'll have to probably eventually go up around the highway. This is going to be tough for it to not go as long as we get enough updraft mergers here, because this is like, these are some pretty solid looking towers. This is the most solid thing we've seen all day. Look at that. That stuff is sharp up there, chat. Okay, we finally speed up. Be up there to Powder River in about 35 minutes. getting continuous updrafts to form on the back side. I think that's a great sign. If we get anything, it should be at least somewhat photogenic today, this far west. Continuous updraft pulse on the back side here, guys. Look at that. Like, we're looking really solid. I gotta pull you guys off. Holy cow, the phone is like hot to the touch. We're gonna blast that AC, cool you guys down, hopefully. No limit for a while. Yeah, Montana's pretty fast. The towns in Montana are slow though. More going on in northeast Colorado. Yeah, stuff's kind of junky though. It's a big messy line. I don't really care to chase that. Part of the reason we're up here. Maybe gonna get a discreet little storm here in the next hour. Not look bad. It looks pretty bad on the radar, but in person it looks really solid. Storm trying to blow up in front of us here. This could be the best storm in the area today. There really hasn't been too much else. Competition's been pretty slim today. Big echo top jump so I know we're off to the races here. We're in the marginal risk now. Do they even have a 2% for where we're at? No 2% for where we're at. Northeast Colorado stuff does not look very fun. Hopefully we can get this little guy to sustain itself. The cumulus field looks interesting. Reflectivity is a little bad. It's a little dry as well. But Casper's 76 over 55. Wheatland's now 74 over 58. Grizzly's 73 over 61. I like how if storms had waited like 2 hours down there, it would have been fine. But everything went up just early enough to where it didn't work out. Looking like it's struggling, chat. So here millibar temperatures might be a tad warm, although the updraft has blown up quite a bit on echo tops, but that is a little bit of an old scan, but it is looking like it's getting a little soft over here. Need just maybe a little more help. It just keeps initiating new updrafts on that back side. It's going to be south of the road here. Any way we can get south, chat? South at Natrona and then go northwest, maybe? Okay, there's a couple ways we can go south. Might go south at Natrona, chat. To be fair, this road... Getting on this Powder River stuff. Oh man, those echo tops have just shot up 38,000 feet again. We'll turn south here in just a couple miles. This seriously does not look bad at all, guys. Look at that. All right, I will take this. This is better than anything we've seen all day. Get up here in a couple miles and go south. Guys are going good. Seems like we're okay. Gonna go down south here in just a couple miles, I think. Pretty high based. Far down. This road takes us all the way through. Sit back, Chad, or do we go all the way up to Powder River before we go south? I think we'll just go south right here. There though, which makes me want to go west first. I think we'll go west first down to our original town. chat. We're on a little developing supercell here, chat. This is really, really sharp looking. We might go back west here and go back south, I think. I just was worried about that little ridge there. We're on the north side of this developing supercell. This is definitely the most organized storm we've seen all day. Yeah, we might flip around here. This is a nice little high base supercell. Definitely better than what we were looking at earlier. Road south of Powder River. Let's hope it's gravel or paved. All right, yeah, I'm deciding we're gonna. I just don't like that ridge in the way, but it is high enough based. I don't know, chat. We can do either one. Does this road have like a... If this road's paved, we'll take it. It looks a little rough, though. Alright, I'm making an executive call. We're going to flip around here. The wind's picking up. This thing's developing pretty quickly now. There it is just to the south here. It is picking up the pace fast. There's some kind of cloud boundary it's latching onto. Okay, we're gonna get down to Natrona, go south here. About 7 miles back up the road. have gone south originally. It's got a big base now. It's moving into a 21 spread. Starting to lower. I just want to get to a better angle of the view so we can check for ground circulation here in a couple miles. This thing's moving towards us. Once it gets out towards Casper, I think that's going to be the show. We've got some kind of boundary it's on. Broad base. It is getting the look though, Chow, on radar. Continuing to blow up. Let's get out in front of the rain here. Hopefully it just goes east. That would be perfect. All right, 1.7 miles, and then we're gonna go south here. They just put out a special weather statement for this intensifying supercell. Let's go down this road here in a mile. We've backed off a little far, maybe, but it's starting to fill with rain on that north side. Road gives us a couple options. We can just go the long way around Casper too, as long as it's not too wet. All right, 0.7 miles, and then we go south. Where's that other mount? Second to put this on here. Yeah, it's getting wider. It's definitely a good sign. All right, we're gonna go back because we've missed our turn here, but this is that storm. It's got a special weather statement on it. Not severe warned yet. We've been on this thing really early. So I'm gonna flip around here, guys. Take this road south. Hopefully the ridge thing here is not too intrusive. Base is getting much wider. Echo tops had jumped up to 39,000, 38,000. The storm already looks much better than anything else we've been on today. It jumps up past about 45. Got a big supercell forming here. Look, these pronghorns do not care. What's up, guys? There's 3 over here. 1 right there. There's 6 here. Watch out. Watch out, big guy. Oh no, wait, there's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. There's 9 here. They do not care either. Usually when you get this close, they sprint away. This thing's getting big. Road dead end at? like we're coming around this little hilly area here. Can I actually go through here? Private road. No, I cannot. Let's just get south and enjoy the structure. To the east here, or excuse me, west. So our Supercell's right behind that, but tough to see past that. Maybe once we come around this turn. I don't think we're going to be able to get a good view though. I think we might just go back north. When there's no road. Okay. Well, really wanted to get a unique view here, but we're not going to get one once again. One lane traffic. We're just going to go back north. It's ingesting a little boundary here. So hopefully we get something cool from that. I'm seeing a bunch of rising motion right there. On that left lane. Yeah, I mean, it looks okay. Haven't really got a true RFD cut in there yet. At least we're on a decently footable projects. I have to tape up these wires in a minute. We're gonna get up this little hill here because we can see pretty much the whole base from right here. I tried to get a little bit more unique of a view, but it just didn't work out. It feels maybe it's had elevated, but it's not bad. It's definitely the best thing we've seen all day. Getting inflow. We're looking pretty sharp. We're looking pretty sharp, Chet. I'll be right back. I gotta tape up these wires again because they're coming undone. And I don't want it to short again because then I lose cruise control. Ooh, big bolt there. Also got quite a bit of grease on like the inside of this windshield, which is interesting. Alrighty, I will be back. All the wires are decently taped except for one, so inflow's pretty strong. Getting a ton of air flowing in. Ton of good airflow. I'm gonna try this spot in front of my thing here because it's like greasy on the inside here. This inside cleaned out as best I can. Once I get a new windshield, this is going to be much less of a problem, but I still don't have a new one yet. get camera up. I gotta find where I put my 360 camera. Where's that thing? Shit, did I forget a bag? I don't think I did. It's a little cold, but not terrible. Oh, I found the bag. What battery are you at, dude? 100%, let's go. Mud is caked on this lens here. Yeah, it seems slightly elevated and a little small, but it's pulling air in pretty strongly. Some rain here. Little couplet on radar, but I don't see anything that would be that in person. Very broad, elongated base. There's some pretty strong motion in this. A lot of it's feeding in from the south. It's all just inflow motion. I don't really see any rotation anywhere. Might be time to go north and then east. Yeah, it's drawing air in on the side. It's fairly narrow though. Hopefully it hangs on. Potentially a new base forming above me, which we do have to be careful of. So with that, we are just gonna go north. We are just gonna go north here, chat. Pull you guys up a little bit. Big bolt in front of us, but we are of course out of focus. Here we go. This road's gravel, so just got a severe thunderstorm warning. Down this road a little bit, chat. Got some pea-sized hail there, nothing too major. Definitely the storm of the day. Yeah, it's got a really broad base right now. It just needs to kind of condense, become a little more circular. It's a very linear looking storm right now in person. $76/55 is pretty solid though for today, for with what we've been dealing with. I would love to see it like 80/55, but or 80/60. 80/60 would be about perfect, but can't always be so lucky. Getting out from underneath this storm right now. I think the best thing for this storm is legitimately just to do structure. Unless it looks like it's really going to wrap up, and it really doesn't right now. That little rotational signature is just side lobe contamination. It's not really, the storm's not really rotating in the low levels. But it is severe warmed. We'll slide down highway here a little more. Echo tops looking like. Echo tops haven't really jumped too much higher. Got tour vans here. Tour vans on a Powder River storm. You know it's cooked. It might be getting a little better though, chat. Got a little gate right there. What else? What, chat? We just gotta grind. Ooh, we're getting a little wall cloud here, chat. Got a little wall cloud going on. my wide angle lens. Yeah, it was a little low here, but is this the wide? No, this is just normal. That's fine. All right, I want to pull wide angle lens, chat. One sec. This thing is really pretty. It's a little chilly out there. I almost need to put a hoodie on. It's been a couple months since I've put on a hoodie during the chase. Please tell me this thing's really highly charged. It should be. Yeah, we're set. Inflow's ramping up. That wall cloud got like a broadening, lowering base here. Excuse me, chat, sorry. I want to go a little bit further out just because I don't think we're looking for a tornado just yet. Dramatic increase in inflow here. That was a big inflow surge. That was a pretty intense inflow out of nowhere. Wait, this is changing direction now. It was blowing straight there, now it's moving a little bit, chat. That was a really intense pick up an inflow. We gusted to probably 35 there for a second. Show you guys this little swirl we've got going on. Look at this little swirl it's got going on here. That's pretty intense rotation, and it's been pretty consistent right there. Oh wait, that's like a whole little RFD cut right there. All right, this thing might plant the funnel really close to us. That thing is spinning like a top. Yeah, that's a little occlusion right there. You can see this whole little column here spinning. And inflow there from the side here. Might plant a little. There's some converging winds right here. Down in that valley. This thing is spinning though. Looking for a tornado, it just doesn't have that feel to it, but there is some rotation there. It's a little high base too for a swirl, but it is spinning pretty strongly. Yeah, we have a little high-based swirl coming in. It's been pretty consistent, been there about it's been spinning about 10 minutes now. But it needs to get a little bit blockier and a little lower. Is there anywhere I could go north? Try it, Chad, I think. It's a little weak. Get out a little east. Look how pretty it is out here with the light. All right, what I want to do is find a road that takes me north. there is one up here in a couple miles. Yeah, in 4 miles we're gonna go north. Stable, but it's still pretty. About this thing for tornadoes, but it should be photogenic. We just got to get out ahead a little more. It just still seems a little stable. 76 over 54 should be really good though. That should be really good air. 700 millibar temperatures might be messing with it, but love to see this thing go above 30,000 feet, 40,000 feet. Oh boy, it just had a little surge up to 43. Right as I said that, my thing updated. It went up to 43. We're gonna go up Bucknam Road. About a half mile. I think with this one, yeah, it definitely seems like one we're going to sit back on. It's not as sharp looking, but there was apparently a big updraft pulse. All right, let's go to Bucknam Road. That, see this whole storm here in front of us. It's not very tall, and there's that tail end, not tail end, there's that flanking line stuff right there. This road is paved, which is a little surprising. It's looking a little fluffy though, chat. It is looking a little fluffy. I do like the contrast of the grass and the storms. I just wish there wasn't all this extra little cloud debris. Heading towards Bucknam right now. And we can actually take this road back southeast. I don't think it connects up with Interstate 25, but it'll at least give us a vantage point for a couple, or for a little longer. I'm trying to dodge all these little potholes and stuff. It's got a lot of inflow bands on it. Wouldn't be surprised if it was like just slightly stable though. I mean, we might have to go back through Casper and then north to keep up. Say we want to go up this way. What does it have me do? Yeah, heck of a drive to get out in front. Still getting that high base swirl. Fortunately, it won't co-locate with the updraft. Yeah, there's the main part of the storm, like way up there. I think we might just cut our losses up here and just try and go get around and hope it's still there. Definitely appears to be accelerating though. The velocity scans on this storm are also not at all consistent, so you can't really trust them. All these little cows here. I think it'd be really pretty, but that shelf is just not really visible to us, or whatever that is. It looks like inflow band. I don't quite know what that is off to the right there, that little lowered area. Yeah, like every velocity scan looks almost completely different. Do we try and just get back up north to Antelope Hills? Just go south here, I guess. I mean, I'm not too... It's definitely not at where I think it could be in terms of a photogenic storm. I think it's still got a little bit of maturing to do. Just go back all the way around here. Are we sure there's no way just to get to Antelope Hills from here? Like there's not one way? Man, that sucks. Yeah, you can see this little scuddy lowering there in the distance. Oh, are you guys out of focus? A little bit. You guys are a little out of focus there. See that little lowering off in the distance here? I think what we might do is just try and get back out ahead while we still can. I think it's definitely going to be this other flank here, so I think we're going to flip around. Just get down there, because this western flank is all just like the southern edge of the outflow. All right, let's go all the way around here, chat. Go back down 4 miles towards Casper. There's a new storm blowing up to our south as well. guys. This thing's really accelerating. Let's get down to 26 and then go around. I wish that there was a way we could just go straight east, but literally there's not. There's that other little cell down south. Chat. Gonna head towards Casper here and get around. Don't think we're gonna be seeing a tornado today based on how the storm's been behaving. Hoping for at least just some nice structure here. Look at that storm down south, looks pretty. Yeah, this guy's not the strongest thing ever, but on a day where it looked like it was gonna be a complete bust, I do not mind seeing this. Casper storm looks a little rough. This guy's definitely weakening, chat. Seems like we're capped. Starlink's dead for whatever reason. We're about to get stuck behind two slow semis. We're already stuck behind one, but there's one that just turned on. I doubt we're going to see a tornado today. I wonder what Starlink's problem is. Things it says just drop like 1,000,000,000%. Can we get a passing lane or something? Alright, we gotta get moving here pretty soon. Oh my god, it really condensed. I'm not gonna make it. Thank you for the $10 Venmo donation, Valerie. I appreciate it a lot. We are gonna get around through Casper, I think, chat. Sorry, everybody's posting a red dot on Twitter. I don't know why it's funny, but it is. Here we go, chat. We'll get through here and go around. This is our storm right now. Definitely not bad. Just seeing it how fluffy it is at the top, though. We do have other updrafts trying to form into the side, but we gotta lock in, chat. I've been tired. Chat. It's been a long season. It really has. I think I'm taking tomorrow off, and I think there are going to be tornadoes, but I just can't do another day in a row, chat. I need a day where I'm not driving. I wonder why the angle on this is so scuffed. There we go. That's a little better. That's a little better. Ooh, is this thing just falling off a cliff? It looks like it's weakening pretty rapidly. By the time we get to it, it might be gone. About 2.4 miles away, chat. But I think this thing is going elevated. I think the 700 millibar temperatures are too warm. Definitely the best thing we've seen all day, though. Not a complete bust, that's for sure. Everything's pretty much weakening. Alright, 1.7 miles, and then we go east, and then we go north. We're heading towards Midwest Wyoming, is roughly where we're heading right now. I think we're just capped, though. Man, today was like 2 hours of heating away from greatness. Half a mile from turning on the 20 east. It's so pretty up here. It would be nice if we could get a tornado up there. Don't think this chase. Although there is tomorrow, there is a 60 dew point set up out here in Colorado and Wyoming again. So I'm kind of curious. Probably not going to make it all the way to Iowa tomorrow. I've done Wyoming to Iowa twice, and it was annoying both times. Let's go, chat. We're gonna get up 25 a little bit, and then I hope that we can actually see something. Although it does look like this guy is becoming capped off. Warm 700 millibar temps are kind of the grim reaper of a lot of these June setups. Now we're running a little behind. Yeah, this thing is just almost dead already. This thing is rocketing northeast now. I don't think it's going to go surface based. They did just issue a mesoscale discussion for this storm though. Just now. Watch unlikely. Alright, they did issue a mesoscale discussion here, chat. Curious. It's going to be like Supercell may persist for a couple hours with primarily damaging hail threat. Them right when I need them. Oh, I found the electrical tape, which I do not need right now. Alright, we can see what's left of this storm right now. It still has an updraft, but it's getting really fluffy. You want these storms to be rock solid, and when they get Alright, Starlink is rebooting for some reason, so not sure what the problem is with it. Yeah, they issued a isolated severe supercells possible thing here for this storm. As it moves further northeast, it should be into the better 700 millibar temperatures, and there is apparently a disturbance coming in, some flattening of the height is expected. Surface-based parcels are likely capped. One Lund supercell is developed. Severe hail is likely noted. Yeah, so they're basically saying you could have a supercell threat for a little longer. Watch issuance is not expected. So this is pretty much going to be it. They've really just isolated this little storm pretty much and said, hey, this is what we're watching up here. Probably going to be hail wind, which I agree with. I agree with that, chat. That I turned sinking off of my air stuff, so it was like low on one side and high on the other. I'm like, geez, it's warm in here. Yeah, this thing might be cooked. What Starlink's deal is. It's going in and out for whatever reason. Okay, we're on I-25 going northbound. This thing is racing away because I think it's elevated now. It was barely moving, and then now that it's really not drawing air in from the surface anymore, it's just going to scream northeast. These elevated storms tend to move much quicker. You can see this little base here. It's a little mini storm now. It's gotten even smaller. Very tilted though. This thing is just dying, chat. I would love to get a tornado up here, but for whatever reason, it just hasn't worked out for me in this area. Thing is just screaming away. Yeah, and it's going over a big road hole where there's just nothing. I'm gonna try switching to Cheyenne radar. Cheyenne radar makes this thing look even worse. None of the radars have the best view of this one. New storm blowing up by Jeffrey City. I guess we could follow it towards Midwest for a little bit. Just watch it float off east. Looks too good, I'm gonna have to go, I think. I do have to take tomorrow off, Chad. I'm just exhausted this season. I've also got a big work thing coming up on July 2nd, so I should probably get a head start on that. Yeah, this thing is a little rough looking. Continuing to press north here, but there's not much left to see. Man, if the cap was cooler. Seems like there is a new cell developing on the southern flank, though. I'm gonna plug you guys in. Power's getting low. I want to make sure that my 5 miles from the Midwest exit. She looks elevated. And they did not continue that severe warning. Hopefully we can get some help on this. We're just not going to be able to keep up with it too well. Man, if we were just a tad warmer. Look at that. This thing is really low to the ground, but it's just elevated and smooth. I think we're running into that deep moisture. Really to see, like, there's a crazy rainbow going on down there. Double rainbow even. Hold on, chat. I'm going to pull off just to make sure that, look at how vibrant that rainbow is, chat. I'm going to pull off here just to make sure that my 360 is still there. Please? Yes. right, well, we got a couple shots today. Nice little storm. Oh, I found my sunglasses too, sweet. Yeah, I don't think I'm gonna make it to northern Iowa for tomorrow. Being in central Wyoming, that's a bit of a haul. Might just go home and play whatever tries to set up in the high plains again. I know Iowa's gonna probably produce something, because the rule of Iowa for me is every time I go, it's terrible, and every time I don't, it's the best day ever. The only thing I have against Iowa is that generally the storms move a little faster than the high plains, but it's just, I think, gonna be too far for me to reach, especially considering how tired I am this season. I mean, it's the most I've ever chased in a year to this point, so I mean, I've been check this out, chat. Alright, we gotta get moving here pretty soon. Here comes the RFD. Oh my god, don't know what's its problem. Starlight just does not want to work, I guess. Yeah, a little elevated storm moving on in front of us. If only we had a little bit better temperatures, could be a tornado producer. But probably not. So I think I don't want to miss anything, but I think I am going to have to take a break. Like northern Iowa from here is 2 days. I definitely want to chase Friday. Friday looks like a really high-end environment again in North Dakota. I definitely want to chase that, but this Iowa stuff, I don't think I can drag myself there for. It's 12 hours from here. By tomorrow, I don't think I'm going to do that. I've got to be like 5 hours from home now, 4.5, 3.5. Wow, okay, that's not bad. Be in before 10:30. It's been a season, chat. Yeah, we do have a couple supercells going on here, but they're all pretty much just going to be elevated hailers from here on out, and we're not going to be able to get on a photogenic position on them. Is that one down by Casper, which is actually looking a little bit more intense than this one. All right, let's start heading back down to Casper. There is a little mini supercell over there that looks a little more sharp than this one. So I think we're just gonna go south. Got a big train of cars here, but yeah, I think next year I'm gonna skip out on Dixie, because the events that I always want to chase and have fun chasing are the plains. And the Dixie ones, I just never see anything. It's a far drive. You get like 30 minutes of good time with your storm. You know, they're moving at 60 miles an hour, typically rain wrapped through very forested terrain. Got this little updraft going up to the south here, but I think that once we get on this, we're probably gonna have to call it pretty soon. I think we're going all elevated. To go through, but I think my plan is to just do some footage and some YouTube videos in the off season, because I have a ton of unreleased stuff. Specifically, I've got a lot of 360 footage. I got some drone footage. My next tornado I really want to do drone for. I haven't really gotten enough drone stuff this year. I think I'm making it to Iowa tomorrow, chat. This is a town up there in northeastern Iowa. Mike's freaking problem is. I guess I could wake up early and decide. It's a haul though. Tomorrow, I think there's definitely a good shot to get a tornado somewhere tomorrow in northeastern Iowa. It's the weird MLK plots. But I think for tomorrow, what I'm going to do is probably just hang out at home and see if we can't get an actual surface-based storm off the mountains. That's what I think my plan's gonna be. There's a pretty stout warm nose, but like the model, oh, whoa. Laramie Valley dry line according to the HRRR. That could be interesting, and that's pretty close to home. So I think tomorrow's gonna be a game time type thing. I'm probably not going to Iowa. If I do chase, it's gonna be almost certainly local. It'll be like that. I'm gonna have to skip whatever Thursday is and then drive up to North Dakota, get some work done, hang out with my dogs and my girlfriend tomorrow. So I think that's what we're gonna have to do. I don't know who that Oregon car is, but they are stacked. They have a crazy setup. I like how tomorrow the HRRR is forecasting another supercell that goes through this same freaking path. Oh wait, I lied, chat. I lied. I'm looking at today. Whoops. I was about to say, like, that's crazy. It's almost the exact same forecast. Okay, there we go. We're looking at Wednesday here. Yeah, Wednesday the HRRR has some 60s dews here in northeastern Colorado. Not as good as what some of the other models have. Rufus has those 60 dews all the way into like Loveland. I was about to say that looks a little weird. Yeah, but lapse rates are pretty bad on the Rufus. Yeah, it could be a lightning show or something out there. Central Nebraska near Ainsworth. Apparently, according to the HRRR, there's a little low. Ooh, that is again moist. Yeah, a lot of messy convection around tomorrow. Iowa storms are supposed to be flying too. Stuff fires a couple storms north of Rapid City, but kills them off immediately on the 27th. Or excuse me, on the 26th. And the 27th is that day I really like up in North Dakota. So the way things are looking, I'm going to take 2 days off from chasing. be back on Friday, I think, chat. All right, thank you for joining, New England Christian. See you later. Tornado, please exit out now. I think tornado threat's pretty well done here. Just got a little messy. We had almost too much moisture, too warm 700 millibar temps and not enough heat. With gas here in Casper and call it a day. Storms are all weakening pretty quickly. Man, we were super close to a tornado today. If only we had a couple things slightly different. Probably go ahead and call this here, chat. We need some rest. We need some rest. Hopefully we fixed that chipmunking problem. I don't know why that happens. It just does it whenever I switch to this. So hopefully it's working okay right now. But I think we're gonna go ahead and call it here, chat. We got a little bit of a drive back home, but not too bad. I'll be able to see my dogs and my girlfriend tonight. I'll be home about 10 o'clock, I think. So it's been a crazy year. So I bought this car brand new last September. This car is about 9 months old. It had 8 miles when I bought it. Right now it has 72,000. So we have been absolutely just grinding around the clock. Let me check my mile IQ here to see exactly how many miles have been from this year. This June we drove 13,000 miles already. And this year we drove 56,000. That doesn't include January either. So it's been a long year. But the season's still not completely done yet. Season's still not completely done yet, so I do want to save some energy, some money, some time for those big days. Especially North Dakota on Friday looks really interesting to look at it. But I want to get out there for that. Probably not going to have time to fix the windshield or get like the rearview mirror reinstalled. So we'll probably have to find a spare or a little replacement or temporary one for a little bit. But I am going to call today a day. Kind of a bust of a chase, sort of. We did see a nice little supercell there for about an hour or two, but it fell off a cliff pretty quickly. We just couldn't get warm enough, and those 700 millibar temps were just too hot to sustain anything. So I appreciate all of you being here. I am going to go home. I'm going to get some rest today and hopefully tomorrow, and then I will see you guys back out here most likely Friday. So be sure to like, subscribe, all that good stuff. Have a great rest of your week, and I will see you on Friday.